Oh,
Oh, no, it's not.
all right. Cool.
That's really weird. So I guess you can hear me.
Yep.
All right.
Welcome. Welcome to your show.
I'm gonna try to put the music down pretty low just so that there's no silence.
Right on. Sounds good to me.
So I adjusted the color a
Yeah,
little
I
bit.
see that. I see that.
Yeah, I also adjusted the lighting because it's still daylight a little bit.
Groovy.
Let's see.
Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah,
It's a plate.
it looks a lot darker over here.
Yeah, it's darker.
I turned this light to face that way a little bit more. That's why it's shining here.
Right on.
So that you can see, I mean, you can see that guy better now. So if I move this, see how light it got? Just because I moved this way?
Just from moving the plate.
It's the automatic adjuster on the camera.
All right.
This little splatter, that's because I just sprayed that.
All right.
So I've only got a little bit of brown left
Okay.
on Cthulhu. So I figured I'd finish that first. And then I'm going to break into the bigger colors.
Very cool.
Which would basically be yellow, white, and red, and mixtures thereof. So I'm going to pull my reference picture of Cthulhu over, and hopefully you guys can see around me. Or no, maybe I'm going to turn this upside down. Well, to reach Cthulhu, like I still haven't put up my easel.
Right on.
I don't know why. I mean, well, I do know why. I know why because it's mostly I don't have a whole lot of room where I am.
Right on.
And I talked about this. I don't know if I talked about it on stream, but I talked about it with a couple of different people where you can do something upside down if your reference is upside down, because you're basically looking at the details from right on.
Right. Yeah, it's when we were talking about them guys that paint stuff upside down and then they flip it over and it's like, oh.
Yep. But we also talked to other people about it, like walking away from a painting that's frustrating you or a drawing that's frustrating you and then coming back and looking at it upside down.
Cool. I've done that plenty of times, except for the upside down part.
See, this is mailable, but it's not yet. Oh, now it is.
That's the thing. That top crust, huh?
Well, like I said, it starts to become pastel. Vinyl. Just a little bit of water because I didn't want to spray it on the painting. And if I get it too thin, then I'm not really painting. I'm washing. I'm going to wash again. Yep. I just want to get this into consistency that it works. Where to start?
Mm, right about there looks good.
Well, my thinking is if I start at the top and work my way to the bottom, I don't lay my hand in the paint
Right on.
until I turn it upside down.
Smart thinking. That's using the noodles. Yeah. Wow.
Might need no lid on this one, but oh, there we go.
Hello, people out there in YouTube land, if you're watching. Hi. If you're not, hi.
I'm sure glad that I got you to come out and entertain the non-existent people.
Well, it's practice.
For the non-existent people on your channel.
I entertain non-existent people all day long, man. As long as I'm amused.
I usually tell non-existent people stories.
Very cool.
But I don't actually talk to them.
I don't know. We ought to get a wheel with like some names on it and spin it.
Pete.
Spin the wheel.
Found one of the things that works better for me is the pushing instead of pulling, as far
Right.
as line work goes. And it's just with a brush, it's basically the same thing. Because I'm drawing it away from me, that's pulling.
Right.
Or pushing. If it was drawing it towards me, it'd be pulling. And I think this works better for me.
Very cool.
You get any practicing with those pastels yet?
Not yet. I spent all day trying to put my bed together and all that good stuff. Wee! Much fun. I didn't have a box spring to go on my frame, so I had to get two pallets and like try to form them together. And the frame kept coming apart until I finally got it locked into place. It was fun. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. I feel sorry for Jake, man.
Oh, what happened?
His mom passed last night.
Oh, that is rough.
Yeah. But I let him know I'm here for him. So.
Right, I mean, what else can you do?
Yeah.
He's probably got to do a little run rioting. I know I've had to at times like that. I need to get it out.
All right. I've been there.
Yeah, I don't know how old your friend is, but most of us that are near our ages probably have at least one parent have passed.
Right on.
It's not a proper painting day if I don't get a little bit of paint on my fingertips.
Right? That's like having a skinny cook. It just don't happen. Not if they do it right, anyway.
Using a little bit of that thinner before it becomes not thinner. I don't even know what it is at this state anyway, but if I water it too much, it'll become a wash, which means it's really thin, and it'll dry really thin, see through. But the consistency of this is thickening also.
No way. You're down in no man's land right now. I mean, I can barely see the tip of what you're doing.
Yeah, because I had this camera set up because I was like, oh, I'm going to be doing the top of Cthulhu. It's one of those outsmarted yourself things.
Right on.
Well, let your friend know I'm sorry for his loss. I hate that because it's not adequate. You know, those words don't really mean shit. You're sorry for my loss? Well, that doesn't do anything, you know?
True.
Like, I hate the fact that there's not a better thing to say, but that's the thing, is no words can make it better anyway. Like, as much as we want them to or we love them to, there's no words that are ever going to suffice. I like to think of two things at times like this that maybe you'll pass on that might help him. One is that there's an old Viking proverb, an old Norse proverb, that the wise person plants a tree that he'll never live to see the shade of.
Right.
And the people that we miss are kind of like that shade, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They planted something in us that's going to grow, like your mom and my mom. I mean, your mom definitely planted something in me. I wouldn't be doing this without her, really.
Right. Right.
I mean, she didn't teach me art or any of that, but she really, really taught me to love fantasy.
Believe in yourself. I mean, that's what I got from her. Believe
Well,
in.
I'm sure you got more from her than I got from her, but
Oh yeah.
I guess what I'm kind of saying is like the whole fantasy thing, like Fire and Ice, one of my favorite movies. Like I was showing you the prints that Amanda put up.
Yeah.
That was your mom. I never knew about that till your mom. The Last Unicorn, The Hobbit. All that stuff started with your mom. My mom gave me Tarzan.
Right.
And, I'm not saying anything wrong with Tarzan because there's not. Like, my mom gave me Tarzan and kind of a love of reading, even though she wasn't a fast reader or a great speller, she really loved what she read. So being inspired to read something that you love enough to share,
Right.
that's me, right?
Huh?
Right. I said, that's me, right? I'm talking about all the stuff I'd love for you to read, or love for you to
Right,
hear
right.
somebody else read to you, or whatever.
Yeah.
Because my mom taught me a love of sharing stories. You know, it's personal, but I guess nothing's really personal online anymore. That
What?
dryer.
Oh, okay.
That is the dryer. Yeah. My mom used to read Tarzan to me every night. When we first moved from New Jersey, um, that was the only constant I had. We lived with a couple of different people
Right.
before we got any place steady. And the only thing that I could guarantee, it really wasn't any safety thing or whatever, but the only thing I could be assured of happening was my mom was going to read me the next part of a chapter of Tarzan or whatever.
Right.
And she did not go through it quickly. She had a big, thick book of it. I read it to my kids, actually. Like, that was the first book I read to my kids because it, it left such an impression on me.
Right on.
But that also made me susceptible to uh, The Last Unicorn and The Hobbit and
Right.
all the stuff that your mom kind of introduced me to. And then it was Conan. But yeah, I guess it technically kind of all started with Tarzan. The things that our mothers do for us, not just to us, right?
Right.
We can spend so much time talking about how our moms went wrong, or dads went wrong, or whatever. But all parents are going to do stuff wrong, all of them,
Oh yeah.
because
You don't get
nobody's perfect, and there's no real handbook.
exactly.
And society changes; it changes the expectations that people have, which you can't be prepared for.
Right. Right. You
So
just
you
kind
have
of
to,
roll with it.
yeah, you have to make an adjustment, and then teach your kids based on the adjustment, and that's pretty rough too.
Right. It's all trial and error. You know.
I wish I'd have known, a lot of the stuff that my mom went through being a single parent and what she sacrificed that I never knew about as a kid, which I guess, that's the right thing, tell your
Oh
kids.
yeah.
Say I don't tell my kids, but I've told my kids, hey, I've given this up for you, but how is it that I can be that way when I have an example that was much better? But yeah, for all the things that she did wrong, she did 100 things right that I don't mention and should,
Right.
or haven't mentioned and should. And that was one. I mean, she instilled in me a love of fiction that would last the rest of my life.
Right.
Still lasts, and still I write fiction. I'm publishing fiction that I've written. And this is fictitious.
Right. Right.
All of that probably comes from Tarzan. and and The Hobbit and Fire and Ice. To a lesser extent, The Last Unicorn.
Right.
I took my kids.
Jason and the Argonauts. And...
Oh well, we're old movies and old old cartoons, yeah, that Fundar the Barbarian was a big influence too. But
Yeah.
um, I guess what I was meaning is like, I took my kids to see The Last Unicorn. They it toured around in theaters a little while back, and I took Logan, Eli, and Kate. And Eli never really had a habit of being up late, and it was late. It was late when we had the show. But the guy who wrote the book, Peter Beagle, actually gave a talk before he played the movie
All right.
because he regained the rights to the movie.
Okay.
So he was basically taking it around, and then he had these little, question and answer things where he would give stuff away. And I took Kate because I knew she loved the unicorns. She had a stuffed unicorn that she loved, Uni. But Eli was quite calm through the whole thing. He surprises me with what he can sit through, but so Kate got a ticket and I got a ticket. Well, we all got tickets, and they'd call the tickets and ask them questions, and if you knew the answers, you'd win whatever it was. Well, Kate knew the answer to one,
Right.
and she won. I think maybe I actually even whispered the answer to her, and she won a T-shirt that said "It's all Peter Beagle's fault." And that was the question I gave the answer to was what was different about the last unicorn than any other previous unicorn stories. You know what it was?
What's that?
The unicorn was a girl.
Oh, yeah.
That was different than all the other previous unicorn stories before his story.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were guys.
Oh,
Males.
I didn't know that. What was the horn supposed to represent? The phallus or something?
So that is historically that was a symbol marked on walls. I think in ancient Rome. If not, it was it was talked about in the Bible. That was a mark for homosexuals to find each other. But I don't think that was supposed to be phallic in the stories.
Yeah.
So what I've done is take that thinner, and you see how it's a really thin coat?
Uh-huh.
So it's not solid like this, it's lighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the light, right?
No, I see it. I see it.
And I'm getting some of the gray area in with this thin mixture. See?
Right.
But I got to be careful because this is also a blending agent, so it'll activate the other paint as I go over it and blend it if I'm not careful. This is, see how white that is, like a white wash? It just makes it kind of just enough dark and wet to look dark and wet.
Bang, bang.
Unfortunately, that will take longer to dry because it's a thinning agent. But it allows me to get a half tone or a medium tone in the blocking coat, so that I know this isn't solid black here. But look, I can see what's going on here.
All right.
And then when it hits the other, so I can drag a little bit of this out and thin this.
Right.
That erasing trick I was talking about. Not to be confused with racing trick. Comes in handy when I want to indicate that this is darker than, but it's not solid dark. And this is a good example of it because it's not black. It's not solid dark. It's just a darker gray.
Right on.
Which, when I paint over it, I will lighten it up with some reds.
Mm-hmm.
Should look fuller. Probably just looks wet now. It's
Yeah.
shiny.
Shiny.
And the more thinner you add, the more of a wash it is. So should be an obvious conclusion, but it's for those people that don't really reach obvious conclusions that watch. There's no confusion.
Right on.
Want to help bring and separate the tentacles out a little bit. This is the most confusing mass right here. Because one of those spots of the under coat, base coat, was so dark that it's hard to see, but there's one tentacle coming through underneath of this one,
Right
and
on.
another one coming this way. That would be this one with that little section. That's that little section.
Bam, 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 bam. Yeah. I'm in a pretty good mood tonight, man. Not gonna lie.
That's good.
Yeah, man.
You know, I really like hearing positives,
Yeah,
especially where you're concerned.
I'm always positive, man. If I'm not, I
No,
fake it.
no, not
Fake it.
not positive. Hearing positives
All right,
for
I'll get
you.
there. I got you. I got you.
I'm not trying to say you're not positive. You are positive. That's one of the main reasons I wanted you here because I'm very often I don't sound as positive as I am.
Well, it's all right. I got you, man. I got you.
That's why I asked you to be on because you're the perfect compliment. You're
Well, I appreciate that, man. Oh shoot, there's been a bunch of people on already. Let's,
a bunch of people.
hey, Mark, how you doing, man? Sorry, so late getting to the chat. My bad.
Oh yeah, I didn't even look at the chat. I was
Been
looking at
sitting
the music and all that.
there. Sorry, man. Been running our mouths. There's a Vincent Yason or Yason.
You son?
Yeah. Yo, it's been a while since I was here. Well, welcome back, dude.
Yeah, it's
Welcome
been a
back.
little bit.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
been a
Mark
little bit.
feels neglected. Damn. Sorry, Mark. We didn't mean to neglect you. We just running our mouths. Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. How is the indie comic project? Well, so
Oh,
far I'm actually focusing on this
yeah.
because paydays.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
It's always going to be uh, money first when it comes to artistic projects. As much as I'd like to say it's just artistic integrity,
Right.
that money is sure helps with an artistic integrity. See that it's so it's thinned so much right there. It's lifting little streaks of the underpaint. So that tells me I've got too much of that on there. Fortunately, though, I wasn't going to be like I wasn't going to do everything in scale with Burnt Umber. I just wanted to work out some of the lake scenario by
Mhm.
blocking dark stuff in.
Right, right.
Vincent, are you still here? Isn't it just early for you?
Yeah, I believe he is. We shall see.
Yeah, he lives on the other side of the world,
Oh,
and
wow.
he's got school. So I don't know if he just woke up really early or this is before school, during school. I
Right on.
don't know. I've I've been known to.
Yeah, he's still here. He just popped in, man.
Yeah, he usually frequents the fan server. I haven't seen him in a little while though. Yeah, He says, yeah, from the other side of the world.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Probably works the same way for you. We're on the other side of the world.
well, on the other side of the state, anyway. Or not state. Duh. Sorry, country.
Well, you and I are on the other side of the world from him,
Oh, yeah. Well,
just as well as he's on the other side of the world from us.
we're
That's,
from the
that's,
upside down.
that's what I was meaning. Yeah, right. Vincent, didn't you say Philippines? Am I wrong? I know.
Not sure.
Yeah, my memory is not a prized possession.
You know, it's that old age thing. I'll get there one day.
And you can only hope, right?
Right.
Mark's been having a rough one too, so I hope he gets so relaxed here.
Right. Maine is Mane, correct?
What's that?
Maine, where you live, it ain't Main. It's Mane.
Maine.
Okay. Main.
Okay, yeah, Indonesia. I knew I sound totally American. I don't know where the hell that is. I have to look at a map. I know I've got an idea of where it is, but it's a really rough idea. Indonesia is like by the southern part of Asia, right? Is it lower than that? Is it like between? Okay, I'm gonna stop making an idiot of myself.
Why?
Well, I'm gonna try to stop making an idiot of myself.
It adds comic relief.
Yeah. These days, people get insulted over everything, so I'm not gonna try to insult anybody.
Nah.
I actually really like, learning about different cultures than mine, but unless I'm like, unless I'm writing about it, I don't retain anything. Or unless I've written about it. It has one of the two because, like, to write about something like that, I have to do a lot of research on it.
Right.
And then when I do a lot of research, I remember a lot of, I'd say, odd facts, but I remember a lot more. That's, I guess, the best way of putting it.
Right.
Yeah, I used this thinner on the entire underpainting of the other one, but I didn't have a base coat, a toning coat. So I basically did an underpainting in tones of thinned phthalo green, I think. Phthalo green or phthalo blue. It's really weird because I find that phthalo blue feels a lot greener than phthalo green and vice versa.
Right. Well, that's kind of like the whole Iceland, Greenland thing.
Yeah, except in paints.
Right, right.
So there's a place in Antarctica that you can see sheer rock coming out of the snow.
Yeah.
They gave it a hugely original name.
What's that?
It's the Brown Bluffs.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Well, not many people see them.
I hope nobody got paid for that.
I'm not sure if they all didn't die before that. Which leads me to my next question. If everybody died, how did we know about Shackleton? Small adjustment due to the light scenario. Because this part's actually lit by moonlight far more than by firelight. Probably not really even lit by firelight. So gonna throw the shadows a little bit thicker underneath of it too. Until it comes over his shoulder, because when it comes over his shoulder, a little bit of firelight can hit it.
Right.
Until then, it's actually just subject to the moonlight. I also keep threatening to bring my maul stick, and I never do. Maul stick actually works better with an easel because you've got something to lean it up against.
Did you catch what Vincent said, man, about
I did not.
Indonesia? It's southeast part of Asia.
Okay, so I was in the right vicinity. Okay. I feel better now. Less stupid. Only slightly. I can never remember. I know he's told me a couple of times, and I just, for some reason, I know the region.
Right.
It's like, yeah. That's like when I first told people that I was from Maine. They're like, or in Maine. They have internet there? Yeah, telephones too. It's in the United States. So if you didn't see what I just did, I rolled my brush. That's just recreating the tip.
Right. I figured that's why you rolled it. Yeah.
I'm glad that I got you to talk to, but I was telling anyone that didn't know.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Because you never know who's watching, how much knowledge they have.
Right on.
Okay, I was watching Gary Martin, who's an inker, talk about how, because he uses the brushes, and I have some of those sable brushes, but they're pretty expensive brushes, 35, $40 a piece sometimes even more. But instead of just replacing them, he's found a way to kind of repair them when they start to go with tape.
Tape.
Yeah, like he tapes the bristles.
Okay. Like back towards the back of the bristles, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it's towards the ferrule.
Right, right.
Or just because you get a closer grip and then tape it, it'll tighten it.
Okay.
And that's all. It's all guess right now because I have to once again rewatch it to get the information. So my baguette's going to be in the way for a minute. That doesn't bode well for the excitement of the show.
Sorry, it's something I do. I'm always afraid when I do that, though, something's gonna like fly in my mouth. I'm gonna be like choking on a fly or an ant.
Yeah, or something coming out of your mouth.
Nah. Nah. It's all back here.
It goes.
Back here. Maybe it'll make people stop. Was that Chewbacca? Holy shit. Is that an oil painting or an acrylic? Sorry if I misspelled it. That's acrylics, right?
Yeah, acrylic.
Yeah, yeah.
It's acrylic. These are golden opens. If you look in my description box underneath, I've got links to Amazon. They're not letting me actually link to Amazon, but the addresses are there. So if you want to highlight them and then open it in another tab, it'll take you to the kind of acrylics that I'm using. I don't know how that works over there. I was talking to somebody else, and it's not the same country, so I'm not sure. But I guess because it is a different country, I want to make sure that some people can't order through Amazon, or they have to pay a lot more to get stuff from Amazon. And I'm sure he would know a lot more than I would, but just a heads up. I've linked all the materials that I've used for drawing, erasing, stenciling, everything that I've used throughout this whole process is in the comments section below.
Right. All right.
I know I've talked to people that are artists out of South America, Argentina and Venezuela, and that they have to pay outrageous prices for anything not made in the country or purchased in the country. I know Australia has to pay a hell of a lot more. They're paying like $30 for a comic off the rack or something like that.
Damn.
That's not even the graphic novels that we were talking about that are Comicsgate and all that. That's just regular issue of Batman or whatever, because that's the markup. It's just crazy.
Damn. Whew. That's a lot.
Yep. Australia and New Zealand, they pay a lot of markup. Cost extra to ship from there to there too. And I think it's not really an embargo against the United States, but it's a little bit more of a charge if it's from the United States.
Right.
I say it was a pretty good idea to come on earlier.
Oh yeah, man.
Because a lot of the stuff that I wanted to get the darks blocked in on pretty much is done. The last of the browns that I've got to really do are in the wings. In the parts of the wings that are not membranous. The turning of the paper, the turning of the canvas. Huh. And then I get the pleasure of sticking my finger in it. Like I said, that was going to happen. I told everybody.
Sometimes it's good to stick your finger in it.
You've got to be careful with that.
Well, that's why I didn't go no further. I was talking about the paint, y'all perverts. It's all sticky and moist and warm. Still talking about paint. Bang, ding, 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 ding. There you go. Growl at the camera. Just kidding. I'm a really nice guy.
Vincent is an artist too. He's learning comic techniques. He's come a long way since he started visiting the server.
Yeah, I was asking if you were still working on your independent comic.
Yeah, uh, my werewolf.
Okay.
And like I'm working on it in my head.
Oh, I see.
The story is actually done. It was written as a short story. I just have to convert it to a comic script. And
Right.
if I'm doing the artwork, I really only have to convert it to a script I understand. So there doesn't have to be as much conversion. Can you see this or am I off the screen again?
You're right there. I see you now.
I was off the screen again.
Well, I could see your brush. I couldn't see your hand, but I could see your brush before. Yeah. Bant.
Mostly I'm using the paint at full consistency. There's a couple of places I'm using it thin. Vincent's doing his own creator-owned comic too.
Cool. Hey, he's still here. Yay!
Cool. Are you skipping school?
Ooh. Shame.
He's probably not yet.
Me of all people. I'm gonna say shame about skipping school.
Just look at what good it's done me.
Right. Hey, I graduated.
What?
I said I graduated. Barely, but I did. So. Oh, it says today's a holiday.
Cool. What holiday is it? Because you know that I don't know.
Right on, me either. Oh, didn't know? No. By the way, Vincent, I'm Joe. I'm his cousin. Oh, wait. His cousin. Yeah, his cousin.
Is there another his? Are you pointing at somebody else?
Well, I keep forgetting that the camera shows everything in reverse. So I was pointing at my light.
Oh, you can actually reverse your camera so that it's right.
Nah.
It'll be right for you, but nobody else.
Right. Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't bother with it because this is my right hand and it looks like my right hand, correct?
Right.
So, as long as it doesn't look like my left hand, which that doesn't really matter a whole lot either, as long as you see the technique. And
Right. Nope, we're family. We used to run around, run the streets since we were 2 years old.
oh yeah, he's my friend too. He
too.
was my first best friend.
Right. Kind of like cousins.
And I think, yeah, we literally were running around the streets at 3 years old, 2 years old.
Getting brought home by the cops because we snuck out. You know, stuff like that. It was wonderful. Good times. Hey, Vincent, if you don't mind me asking, man, what holiday is it?
There could be some lag too. I mean,
Right.
He might have heard and we just haven't gotten the answer yet. Or maybe he doesn't want to talk about it. Maybe it's not a holiday he likes.
Hey, there's
I know
no.
some people that hate Christmas.
Well, I was almost one of them people.
I could never hate Christmas.
Yeah,
Christmas,
well,
Christmas isn't about presents.
no, it wasn't.
I've hated being lonely, but I
Yeah,
haven't hated Christmas because Christmas is a celebration of Christ's birth,
right.
and being a Christian, believing that that's the person who was born knowing he was going to die for me, because I'm an idiot and a big sinner.
Oh, okay. He says there was meetings for the teachers, and usually when the meetings are, it's holiday time.
Okay.
Happiest of holidays, man.
So that's like a lot of Europeans say that they're going on holiday when they go on vacation.
Go on
So
vacation, yes.
that might be
I understand now.
that it might be in that kind of reference. You and I are thinking, what is it, Easter? Like, is it is it the equivalent of?
Is it another New Year? Am I late? What the hell?
Well, Chinese New Year is not the same New Year as we celebrate.
Oh, I know. I know.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't know enough about different cultures. Most different cultures
Right.
to talk about any of it. Like I know about some different cultures.
I'd really love to travel though and check that out. Go to different places,
Oh yeah, me too.
see how they live. You know what I'm saying? I would love to go to Japan, check out both cultures. Pop culture, and check out the ancient cultures. The different sides of the spectrum.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way a little bit about China. It's all the communist crap. Like the political stuff keeps me from traveling, or even really wanting to travel much.
Right.
Because China's got some beautiful traditions and beautiful decorations, and even though like the colors could be considered gaudy if we were choosing them, they are brilliant the way that they use them.
Right. Right.
I love to see that in pretty much all cultures. A lot of Japanese culture is, especially historical, is straight black and white.
Right. Right. Mm. With a little
But
bit of red.
I find it all really interesting the more I learn.
Right on. Like the old English structures and stuff like that. I like architecture from different countries. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm really it interests me. It's like I don't know, just the designs. Maybe that's why I like the New England area because their buildings are so much different than you know down here or even in Michigan. It's
Well, in the South, there's a lot of antebellum. That's like they've got Greek revival, and it's a lot of antebellum is after the Civil War. It's really what
right.
it means. So they've got a lot of post-Civil War.
Yeah, they got a lot.
Styles. That you've got the plantations. That's a lot of that is the antebellum style of plantation.
All right.
Some of it isn't, but a lot of it is. And that's just it's what it's called, like architecturally.
Right on. Okay.
And I like uh, Greek revival and Roman revival, and we've got the uh, porticos and columns and stuff I will never be able to afford to have.
Right on. Right on, right on. I can totally dig it. Because I will never afford it either.
But, I don't know if I need to afford it.
Right. I would admire it from afar.
That's like movies. Like, how many movies do you see with single parents that are in places that have stairs and 4 rooms, one for each kid, 3 bathrooms, or whatever?
Right.
Like, no.
That's how you know it's a movie.
Right. That should be an apartment the size of a shoebox, 1 bathroom upstairs that everybody's waiting on.
The kids fighting in the 1 bedroom,
Right. 2 bedrooms, 1 for the girls and 1 for the boys, right?
Stop wearing my clothes. It's not yours, it's mine. Mom! Oh, yeah. We used to go through that all the time. It was such fun.
And we're taking for granted that someone in other countries would consider plenty,
Right? Oh, yeah, man. So,
yeah. It's really culturally what we've come to expect,
Right. I think over the years, my expectations have just been pretty much. I know you hate the words, but it is what it is. Yeah.
I hate the words because they mean nothing.
Yeah, well,
they literally mean it is. You don't have to go what it is because that's what they mean. It's what it is. Yeah. It is.
But see, to me, it's like, well, you can't change it, so live it.
Yeah, but if you say that, then I agree with it, and I don't have a problem with it.
Right, right.
The is what it is an excuse to not elucidate, not.
Right, right. See, it's all how you use it, I guess. And yeah. You're right. It has been oversaid. I mean,
for me, there's also a personal connection that makes it bad.
Okay.
And that's something I'm not going into.
Right, right. I got you.
Everybody online, but.
Got you, man.
So there's a personal connection, but it's all still personally connected to the fact that it's a dumbass statement. And I know what it means, and I know a lot of people that use it, and it's accepted or whatever, but it's one of those things. It's like I won't use conspiratorial when I'm writing because that's not the word. That's a cheap-ass word.
Right.
The real word is conspiring. It's not a conspiratorial wink, it's a conspiring wink.
Right, right.
And there are other words that are like that, but really it's because I'm old school and they started accepting words that aren't the real words.
Right.
Because they come into common usage, but they come into common usage, it's like English teachers not teaching grammar. How do you not teach grammar if you're not even just an English teacher, a college English teacher?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what the excuse is?
No.
Because it would alienate different races.
Wow.
So
all right,
now
gotta go, man. Later on, dude. You have a good one. He said, "Okay, I have to go now, dude."
Yeah, I
But
see.
he'll see us.
I, I looked over after you said that.
Oh, all right.
But yeah,
Later.
so they're saying it's okay to use Ebonics in English
No.
now, but they're not going to teach grammar. Well, who's going to learn grammar?
Oh, here's Brett. He said, "Nope, isn't tested. It isn't tested."
Isn't tested. What?
I think he's talking about the Ebonics thing.
Well, no, that's a college thing, and I was reading it on a news site. So, I mean, I guess it may not be true. It's news, and
Well,
lately that doesn't mean that it's true.
95% of your news is for entertainment value. That's what I believe, anyway.
I don't think it's for entertainment value. I think it's to manipulate the public.
Yeah.
They have been dumbing down the public for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
And this whole thing that I was just talking about is another method of dumbing down the public.
Right.
And here's the thing. And instead of getting insulted that they're saying black people aren't smart enough to retain grammar, they're just going along with it and going, "Oh, I don't have to do it." That link that I was sending you, that I was apologizing for because I didn't think before I sent it.
Right.
It wasn't a racial thing, even though it sounded like a racial thing, because it was a black guy talking about it. But he's an economist.
Right.
And if you listen to what he's saying, it makes so much sense. Like, they just want to dumb down anyone that's not elite or not.
Right. Well, you got to figure the main reason for school
We're
is just
saying that the tests aren't standardized. They don't really test grammar.
no. The whole reason for school is just to teach you how to work for somebody that has more money than you. I believe school is.
I think I think that school is to indoctrinate you these days. Most of the curricula
Yeah.
in most of the schools that I've seen lately, especially, have been planned to make you think a certain way or make you relate to certain particular characters.
Conform so we can manipulate you.
Yep. So originally it was reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? It was the things that you were supposed to know to go out in the world and be able to read a contract, know what you're getting into, read a paper to find a job, whatever.
Right.
Know enough math to know that you're not getting ripped off. Know enough math to know, how to do your taxes or whatever.
Right.
And enough spelling to communicate. History wasn't even originally one of the subjects, It was teach you the basic things that you need to learn to go out in society, how to communicate, how to,
Right.
add, and yeah, it's come so far from that because that's not what it's about. If you look at most of the things these days, and I'm not going to say all because I by no means know that, but I know a lot of the things that I've seen are geared towards making you not have to do critical thinking, not have to do critical learning.
Yeah.
It saddens me because, like Thomas Sowell was saying, that at one time, Brooklyn schools were the number one schools in the nation. Now they're the lowest.
Right.
When he moved there, he said he moved there from North Carolina. And he almost had to go back a grade because of the difference in what they were teaching.
Right. Dude, when I got here, after going to school in Michigan, dude, they're so far behind down here, man. I mean, they were doing stuff that I had done when I was like in fifth grade. You know, I was in seventh grade and they're teaching this stuff. And they're wondering why I'm goofing off and falling asleep. But yet, I can pass all the tests. And they'd retest me by myself because they thought I was cheating. And I'd pass the test. You know,
Michigan is a hugely liberal run state.
all right.
They are indoctrination. I was talking with somebody the other day that was saying they lived near Detroit but couldn't find an art store that sold whiteout. Like, you live in Detroit, that's a big city.
Big city.
And you can't find one single place that sells whiteout.
Well,
there's no office stores. There's no Staples sells whiteout. I can buy whiteout in the supermarket.
Right.
Now, whiteout pens, sometimes that's a little bit more difficult to come across, but it's the same thing.
Yeah.
I live in Maine, and everything in Maine, I mean, you know, because you've been here, you either have to go to Portland, or you have to go to Augusta, or you have to go to Bangor to go to the major cities. Sometimes you can get away with going to Lewiston, but you have to go somewhere. Like, you're not going to just stay here and get everything you need.
Right.
I've been lucky enough to, like, where we live is not that far away from Portland, not that far away from Lewiston. We're kind of like in the hub. If you were traveling either direction.
Okay.
We are where the Air Force Base used to be, and I've got to widen this forearm out on this guy. Because that forearm
right.
is a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
And that's tricky because if I widen it too much, I lose the bottom edge. Well, I guess I still have a little bit of the bottom edge of the meat. And as we've discussed, the brush. My trusty rinse and my trusty paper towel fell just before I needed it.
Bam, bam, bam. Yeah.
You gotta be careful with this because water is a thinner too.
Right.
Difference is the thinning solution versus the water. The thinning solution, well, no, let's start the other way. The water literally thins it by separating the pigment.
All right.
So when it dries, the pigment's been separated.
Yeah.
And it dries separated, so it dries thinner and doesn't last as long. The thinner thins it with the same thing that it's built with.
Okay.
So I am not sure what Golden's key binding agent is. I could probably look it up, but I'm not going to right now.
Right on.
So I'm going to give you a different example. Both gouache and watercolor, why they're so much alike is because they both their binding agent is gum arabic. Gum arabic is activated by water, thinned by water, basically controlled by water.
Okay.
Now this is a little bit of that in it, so I don't know if there's a little bit of gum arabic in it.
Right on.
But watercolor, if you notice, like if you use too much water in watercolor, it'll puddle and the color will really just exist in the edges of the puddle. It'll thin almost to nothing as it goes in the middle.
Right.
Well, that's kind of what happens. It breaks this paint down from being opaque or solid or whatever to that consistency.
Okay.
The thinner doesn't, because thinner is the equivalent of using gum arabic to thin watercolor or gouache.
Okay.
So you're actually adding the agent that it's built on, that the base is built on. So instead of it thinning and losing consistency and becoming less than what it once was and not being lasting, this will actually add some support to it while thinning it down.
Okay. All right.
I had a weird day. Went to a gas station store, little convenience store, like it's a really little convenience store. I go in to go to the bathroom because we were getting ready to do my walking for the day, and there's this kid. He's a little bit overweight. I'm not gonna try to claim how much overweight. You know what I mean?
Right on.
He's a little bit overweight, but he's standing there, like almost rocking back and forth in front of this gas station.
All right.
And as I get near him, he's like, "There's a trolley in this town. I didn't know there was a trolley in this town." And he's talking very, very low.
All right.
Like he's shy, but he's going to talk to everybody that passes by. And that's what he was doing, like literally talking to everybody that passes by. Kind of felt for the kid. I was like, man, this kid like have nobody to talk to and hang out with. I didn't see any parents. He should have been in school, so maybe he's a new kid, but if he's a new kid and he's not in school yet, where the hell are his parents, you know?
Right on. Yeah, makes sense.
And makes
Did
me a
you
little
talk to him?
concerned. No, I was on the go. Like I had to go.
All right.
I was running into the bathroom, and
Right.
I thought about it when I got out, and we were leaving. I'm like, man, I probably should have said something to that kid. I said something to Amanda. I'm like, that kid is talking to everybody that's going in, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was something that struck me really odd. I didn't see that. Don't see that very often.
I wonder if he was lost.
Huh?
I wonder if he was lost.
No, he wasn't asking anything. He wasn't asking anything at all. He was just kind of, "There's a trolley in this town," and then giggle, you know, like
All right.
quiet giggle. The
Yeah.
shy kid that, I don't know. It just, all I know is the impression I got, and I'm trying to not make snap judgments based on that impression, but it really kind of felt like that kid was starved for attention.
Okay. Yeah.
And we're, talking about parents and expectations of schools and indoctrination and all this stuff, and here's this kid standing out by himself, and I bet you there was maybe 10 adults walked by him in the time that I walked by him and then walked back out. Amanda's like, maybe he's waiting on his mom in there, and I'm like, no, because I went in there and the only people that were in there were employees. I'm like, maybe his mom works there, and she's like, no, I know who works there.
Right.
So maybe he got bullied or whatever, because the gas station that he was at was near the middle school, but the high school is down the bottom of the hill and up the next hill, but it's on the same road. And that sounds like it's a far distance, but it's not a far distance. It's like maybe a quarter of a mile as the road turns and dips down into a valley and comes back out.
Okay.
But I'm thinking maybe he just walked away from the school. Maybe kids were mean to him at school or something.
Possible. But you would think that the teachers would have noticed something.
I would think that, but not at this school.
Yeah.
I have a problem with some of the teachers at this school because, well, some of them. Okay, so let me start by saying that teachers are people.
Right.
And some of them, just like cops, are people. Some of them are cool. Some of them are assholes. Some of them somewhere
just
in
there to get a paycheck.
Well, some fall somewhere in that range.
Right.
Kate had a teacher that she literally asked for help understanding an assignment, a problem on the assignment. I don't know if it was math or whatever, but the teacher's answer was, do you have a laptop? Look it up online. Or you have an iPad? Look it up online.
That's not teaching.
Right. And then Logan had a teacher that, because he, like, senior year, and, well, junior year he screwed off, but, yeah, it was junior year. She emailed me. She was like, all he's doing is sitting on his iPad and on Facebook and, talking with friends or whatever in class, but he's not doing anything. And he would go to the office. They'd send him to the office, and he would claim I don't know, this new wave of, I don't even know how to explain it. He would claim that he needed a break from class or needed a break from school, and that he, I don't know, wasn't. I don't even know. I don't know how they did it, because I can't conceive of a reason that you would do that. But they just let him play on his school issued iPad. He could go basically onto porn sites and everything else that he wanted to go on.
Wow.
And so this teacher contacted me, and she's like, I know he reads better than this. I know he writes better than this. And I was like, yeah, I know he reads and writes well, because he's been reading chapter books with no pictures since 5th grade.
Right.
Like, I know he does, and I know he's articulate, and I know he can read, because I've punished him by making him read my naval documents of the American Revolution. So it's the literal messages that go back and forth between the Continental Marines, the Continental commanders of the Marines, the Army, the admirals, or whatever.
Yeah.
So they're books this thick, this tall, and I have 5 volumes of them. So I'm like, all right, you want to mess around? And I know, like, his subject is history, and his subject is English. So I'm like, you want to mess around and pretend you don't know that? Well, then before you go play a video game or do this or do that, you're going to find me every single message George Washington wrote to somebody in these.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, well, he learned to do his homework, but then that wasn't in high school. So when this came up in high school, his teacher emailed me, and Logan was all like, "Oh no, she's just mean," and all this other stuff. And I talked to Keith, who's one of my best friends, and he's like, "No, this teacher is not mean. She's the opposite of mean. If she's telling you that he's having problems, she wants him to pass, and he's not doing what he needs to do to pass."
Right.
He's like, she goes the extra mile to contact the parents to find out what will work when what she's doing doesn't work. Not all teachers are like that, but some of them are, and they all deserve that chance to prove who they are or what kind of teacher they are.
Right. You're not an asshole, Brett.
Oh, I believe he's the kind of asshole that we're the kind of assholes that we are.
Right.
So he probably is the kind of asshole that makes them do work, makes them think.
Right.
So I can't imagine that some of his students aren't amused. Like, some of them are probably not, because all kids divide up into the groups that want to learn and the groups that don't want to learn. But
Brett's like, I am.
you are what?
He's like, I'm Sam. I'm the asshole. I said, no, you're not. He's like, I am. Well, you know. Sometimes you gotta be, though.
Yeah, that's what I am at home.
Yeah, but, you know, it's appreciated.
Somebody has to be, yeah.
Right.
I've always been the one, blame it on Dad.
That's exactly what I say right there. Brett said, I'm the good kind of asshole. That's what I say. I'm an asshole with good intention, and sometimes that's what it takes to get through, you know? Be it a kid, be it your brother, that drinks entirely too much. Yeah. That's a different story.
Tell Steve that he should sub.
Yeah.
He's my cousin too. He should be fucking supporting.
I mean, if he's not at work, he's on the game.
Oh, he doesn't have to show up to sub.
Oh, I know.
Just get my numbers up, that's all.
Well, I'll tell him. I mean, I told him before, but he forgot. I'm sure he did.
He's probably like, I'm not going to go on YouTube. But that's what I said. He doesn't have to actually hang out.
Right.
Which I don't know. I don't know why he wouldn't. It seems like he's looking for people to hang out with.
Well,
like if you do OBS, you can play the game and be on YouTube. You can play the game on YouTube. You can talk while you're playing it. I see that happen all the time.
Oh, yeah, me too. I watch a few streamers that do that.
Huh?
Yes. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not a super huge, so,
Gamer?
I'm not a big gamer. I mean, I like to play, but I'm just not really good.
Right.
People would probably just tune in to watch me die.
You don't have to be like. What? Half of this is a hangout. Like I get the privilege of hanging out with my friends and family that I don't see very often.
Right on.
and maybe helping somebody learn how to do something that they didn't know how to do before. It's all plus. It's all positive.
Right on.
That's what I was saying about you being that positive aspect. You know, it helps keep it positive.
Yeah.
And like, if you have a day that you're having a bad day or you're having a rough day, I hope that I can be that positive for you. I hope that I can make you laugh, you know? Because I know that you've done that for me many, many times.
Just be me.
Yeah. I have also known you to feel like you have to. Like it's your job to have to do that.
No, yeah.
You've told me before that, you know, sometimes being funny is not all it's cracked up to be, but
Yeah, it's kind of a role sometimes, you know. It's what
yeah,
people.
and I don't want you to feel like you have to play a role.
No,
I
no.
love the idea that everyone can be themselves. That's
Right.
why no politic thing. I don't give a shit if somebody is Democrat or whatever. Like I guess maybe I give a shit if someone's communist, but
Oh
that's
yeah.
just because fundamentally I don't think we'll ever agree. And if they're really that in that state of mind, they probably don't want to be hanging out on my channel anyway.
True that. True that.
And you know, another thing is like I've considered whether we should uh, speak about God on this channel because of the way things are. But you know what? Fuck them. I believe in God. I don't care if anybody else does or not. That's their thing.
Right. They'll have to answer for that one way or another.
Well, you know, if they don't believe that, that's fine. I'm not going to try to force them to believe, I
Oh,
guess,
yeah.
what I'm saying. Like,
That's
I'm not trying to force my religion onto anybody, but I'm not going to hide it for somebody either.
right. Right.
I guess that
That's
is
what I stand.
really the key that I wanted to say, because like the first couple of streams you were on, like when we said goodnight, we said God bless, you know, and that's
Yeah.
a natural thing for me. It's a
Right.
natural thing for you.
Yeah.
Hell, even Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Fucking Darkness, says God bless you and we love you
right. Right.
at the end of the show. So I mean, believe what you want to believe. I'm not going to try to tell you any different, and you're not going to change the way you believe because of what I tell you anyway.
Right.
I fully believe that.
But if it makes you want to look into something, hey,
Well, yeah, like if you've got questions about something and they're legitimate questions and I can help you, I will.
right.
But I'm not gonna. This is not gonna be. It's not turning into story hour or.
Right. Right. We're not Jim and Tammy Faye Baker.
Right.
Lord knows we don't make enough money for that.
Yeah, I kind of want to stay away from that stuff.
Right on. Right
Like, I
on.
mean, don't get me wrong.
Ah,
That's not my thing, and I'm not a Jim and Faye. Yeah, them people. Jim and Tammy Faye Baker.
yeah.
That's not my thing either. But
I heard she died.
I have no idea. I don't keep up on them because
Well, I don't either. It's just one of them names from my childhood that I've heard.
right.
Then when I heard like she did, I'm like, oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, you know,
That's
the last I heard Jim and Tammy Faye Baker,
Yeah.
it was in a Suicidal Tendencies
Suicidal
song.
tendencies, right. Yeah. Yeah, man.
No, I guess that's not true. I saw one of them was returned to TV,
Jim.
but they didn't have their own show. They were on somebody else's show, I think. Like,
He's
I got nothing against what they're trying to do. Like, if they misappropriated funds or lied about whatever is money wise, that's one thing. But trying to spread gospel or trying to spread hope, I don't believe is a bad thing.
right
So I'm
on.
kind of torn on that, you know. Like,
Yeah.
if you're spreading a lie, that's one thing, but if you're spreading hope, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like everybody's got a right to believe what they want to believe. That's kind of what our country. One of the things our country was built on.
Mm,
That whole freedom of religion is not just Christian religions,
right.
even though originally that was the intent because there were really no other religions here.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, but I don't think no religion should try to replace any other religion. You know.
right. Well,
Need-
that
oh,
was
I'm
part of
offended by your religion. Blah blah. Yeah.
that was part of the reason for the split.
Yeah.
Um, if you think about it, and I've had the science religion argument on authors forum
Uh huh.
where the author was interested in the argument.
Okay.
And I believe there are three kinds of science. They just lump it all together so that you have to either accept it all or none.
Right. Right.
One of those kind of science is scientific theory, and that is religion.
Yeah.
It expects you to believe a theory. Now, enough to test it, whatever. But it expects you to believe that theory. Big Bang Theory has never been proven, never been disproved. But it was proposed by a Christian scientist, Catholic priest, I believe. So that's an interesting little piece of information, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of them would be scientific theory, which is not like scientific fact isn't fact. It's something that you can repeat and get the same results from. I think it's like 10 times.
Okay.
So I mean, it might be, or it might just, I don't know. There's a chance that it's something that's not empirically true could happen
Wow, sorry, man.
a certain number of times, which is probably why they set that bar at 10, because that's, you're not going to have the same accident happen 10 times in a row, or you wouldn't think that you would anyway. Mm-hmm. It's much harder to believe
Right.
that you had the same accident 10 times in a row versus it's just the way it is.
Right.
Because no matter how many times you try it, it does the same thing. Damn it, now I'm covering up stuff.
Well, you know. Damn. I'm sorry.
Everybody skated when we started talking about God, so
It's alright, you can come back now.
fortunately, we're gonna do a speed up process at some point, so that those people that don't want to talk or hear of that talk won't. They'll just see it done really quickly.
Right on.
I'm gonna tilt the camera back for a minute so that I can look at.
Too bad they don't speed up the audio as well. That'd be fun.
I think it does if you wanted to, but yeah, probably not, because it would just sound like you're fast forwarding a tape.
Right, true.
Rewinding a tape while you're playing it, like we used to do when we're searching for a particular song.
Yeah. Then the tape would snap. What? Time to cut the piece of tape in half and then take the 2 pieces of tape and slowly wrap it, trying not to crease it. Then you play your tape, and every time you get to that spot, it goes. Wonderful. These are the things we had to deal with in our youth.
I think, like, I don't know if anybody's watching anymore, but Brett's around our age. Mark's a little bit older than us. Jake is a little bit older than us.
Well, then y'all know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's somebody in the background. You know.
Jake is, there probably is. Jake is very musically oriented.
Very cool.
So, like, he composes music too.
All right. Well, maybe he can compose something for the show.
Yeah, he said something about, like, one of his kids there are so many of them, I can't be expected to remember their names.
Right on.
I'm just kidding. I can remember a lot of their names. I just don't remember
Oh.
necessarily. Well, no, I don't remember necessarily. He's got 3 girls, so they're easy to remember, right?
All right.
He's got one that's, I think, the oldest. If not, she's really close to the oldest, so I can remember her name. And then 2 are younger, but one was really infatuated with Captain America.
All right.
So I literally drew her as Captain America.
Oh, very cool.
So that's one of the ways I can remember all 3 of their names.
All right.
And it's one of those things where I would say the name that I think, but
yeah.
When I do, I'm
Right.
going to be wrong. So
Right. So
if I don't, then I will have been right the whole time.
there you go. Keep it safe.
Too chicken to say it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'll be honest. Like, I don't want to say it because I don't want to get it wrong.
Right.
I probably have the right guy, but I want to make sure I have the right guy by not claiming that I have the right guy.
There you go. Yeah. I wonder if Mark's still out there. You still out there, Mark?
Mark is pretty exhausted.
Uh,
He has had a lot on his plate, and he's taken a lot on his plate to take care of his brother's widow.
okay. I can dig it.
I don't want to go into any more detail than that, but
Enough
Yes.
said. No.
yeah, he's taken a lot. He's a really good guy, and I really respect what he's doing. So I want to
Yeah.
not in any way look like I'm trying to take away from it.
No.
I think he's running pretty thin, like running on low fumes.
Mhm. I can dig it. Yo, man. Take a peek at my window real quick.
You need to enlarge you for a second?
No, just take a peek at it. Woo.
I have to enlarge you if I want to see what's going on.
All right, go ahead and enlarge it. You seen this dude, man? Woo. The Boba Fett Eminem dude. Pretty cool, huh? Limited edition, man. I'm sorry, it's the little things. I like my.
I'm trying to decide if there's a worthy comment. There's a couple of comments I could make, but
That's the one you breathed in, man.
I don't know if that's worthy.
That's the one that's lodged in your lung.
Have you You watched the Book of Boba Fett?
I started to, but then I ended up moving, and I don't have Disney Channel now.
Yeah, they're Disney's stupid.
I
I
mean,
guess I can't really describe it any other way. They're stupid. They don't even keep their own mythology right.
well, yeah.
Um, well, no. What's the rule about
Mandalorians,
yeah.
yeah, they can't take up. They have to keep their helmet on.
Mm-hmm. And he
Yeah,
spends a lot of time hunting down his helmet to take it off all the time.
right.
And then the Mandalorian had to take his helmet off because Pedro Pascal demanded to show his face. Like, then I guess you got the wrong role.
Right,
You don't understand the part if you need to show your face.
right.
Somebody else should have the part that can appreciate the role.
It looks better with the helmet. It's like, you demanded this. Put the helmet back on. No. Really, put the helmet back on.
Who told you could take that shit off?
Right? Wow. What would George Lucas say?
Well, George Lucas said, millions? Okay, do what you want.
Exactly.
Billions.
I got paid.
Billions, not millions. Billions. Do what
I'm
you want.
rich, bitch.
Yeah, right. I find it interesting. So, George Lucas,
Uh-huh.
Steven Spielberg,
Right.
and John Milius went to directors school together in California.
Okay.
I like all three of them as directors. John Milius made quite a name for himself as a writer too. I like John Milius the most because
All right.
he's kind of an ornery cuss. They were satirizing John Milius with John Goodman's part in the dude. What the hell is that movie?
Oh shit. Hang on.
Well, you know what movie I'm talking about.
Yes. Wow.
The Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski, thank you. Yes.
I couldn't get through that movie, but I
I
do
love
know that they were satirizing John Milius through that movie. But John Milius is such an interesting guy.
Right on.
Like, the dude is like a big, huge dude, and he's a surfer.
All right.
So, like, he's a big dude, and he's a surfer.
Oh yeah.
Like, picture a bear on a surfboard. I'm trying to give you a visual that's pretty close, actually.
I got it.
John Milius directed movies such as Conan the Barbarian, Red Dawn. So there's more on the list. His writing credits go extensively further because, like, Steven Spielberg especially would call him up and ask him for help writing a scene, and he would give that scene over the phone or whatever.
Oh damn.
Like Jaws,
Yeah.
the scene where Shaw, the guy that owns the boat,
Yeah.
he's drunk and talking about his time in the war.
Yeah.
That was developed by him over the phone.
All right. Hey Mike, what's up, man?
Hey, there you go.
He's been in and out the last hour. All right, man.
I'm letting this dry for a second. So,
You gave a shout out to Brett.
yeah, that's all. I don't know if Brett's still in here. Like, the numbers are confusing because I never see all the people that are watching at all times.
Right.
Like, the most number I've seen ever was 4 or something like that. And I know that I've had other people in. Last time it was 12 people watching or something like that.
Right.
But only 4 were watching the whole time or most of the time.
Right. Yeah.
Now, see, Brett and Mark both are talking, but it says only one person's there.
Brett said he had to step out for a while, but he's back. Hey. Groovy, man.
Yeah, so I'm letting it dry. The wings are more stark than the colors in the tentacles because the tentacles are more distant, and I'm gonna darken them as I layer the color over them.
Right on. Okay.
So I've actually been waiting to get what I've got right now done.
All right.
So that I can step into the next stage.
Well, since we're waiting for this to dry, I think I'm going to go take a quick break, but I shall return.
Well, I'm not going to wait for it to dry for the whole time.
No, I'll be back.
I'm going to work on the parts that I can work on.
I'm sure Mike and Brad will keep you company for a little bit.
Yeah, but I won't be able to hear them because nobody wants to come on with me.
I'm here.
Yeah, but you're leaving. Didn't you just say that they keep me company because you're leaving, right?
It's a brief break.
Yes.
I shall return. I love you, man. You do good work.
I'm going to try to do some good work.
All right, man. I'll be right back.
That could possibly have been the best brush for the job that I want to do. I'm going to do some Pearl Red. Kind of been excited to use this color too. For now, I'm going to start with her. That probably was the best brush for tips. Do I have a better one? I'll give it a shot. Worst it can be is no. I'd say let me know if my head gets in the way, but nobody can talk to me, so I'd have to look. That sounds like an Eli. That sounds like an Eli attacking the snacks. Just missed Uncle Joe. The reference pictures just disappear right when I need them. And I've changed to a chisel.
And I'm back.
Hey, someone's talking now.
Hey, what's happening? Oh, starting with reds.
Yes, Puro Red.
Great, man. Bringing it down.
As it gets darker, as it's coming down our arms,
Yeah,
it's because I'm going over that brown.
right. Okay.
And most of that firelight effect keeps, even though they're in silhouette, because there's going to be a bright fire, it's not going to be black for the silhouette. It's just going to be shadowed, shapeless.
Right. Yeah.
I've actually, this is the part I was waiting on. I love the look of this. So
Okay.
yeah, I mean, you can see like it looks different, I'm sure, to you than it does to me. It just looks like a little red paint, but I've got the fingertips in and everything else, and then after that's dry, I'm going to go over that when in the modeling and detailing phase to make the fingers stand out a little bit more so that they're backlit.
Okay.
I'm using, well, backlit, but see-through pretty much. I'm using two different references for the firelight.
All right. Is that
One
the
of
same
them,
brand blah, blah. Excuse me. Is that the same brand paint?
golden, yes,
Yeah,
golden
yeah.
open.
All right.
Yeah, it's a different paint though.
All right.
Are you asking to be facetious, or somebody else asking, or?
No, I was asking just because I was curious.
Yeah, these are golden opens. I don't want to get too thick. That's a lot thicker than I wanted. but it still has to be readable. So,
Oh, I can hear the thunder rolling outside now. What's up, Zuma Dog? Yeah, yeah.
at your place?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
It's wonderful. I don't mind the sun sometimes.
What?
Huh? Oh, I was singing a song, but I stopped because, I didn't want you to get in trouble.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, I know. What if I sang it with all beats?
I don't know. Like, I can't even get a hold of them. Like, they they contacted me to verify a one-time verification for the second time.
All right.
Um, where I'm supposed to take a picture um, as an ID,
Okay.
and then they denied me. I'm like, what?
What? That's crazy.
And then they're like, well, you can appeal this decision, like it's a court decision or something.
Right.
So I appealed it. I'm like, how can you deny me? Deny me the second version of what you already did. And before I could even click out of it, they denied my appeal. I was like, huh?
That's just not right.
So when you mix brown and Imperial red, you get kind of a dark cherry color, which is what I was trying to get
You succeeded.
by layering.
Excelsior. Yeah. Hooray!
Did you know that Excelsior is the New York State motto?
No, I did not know that.
Yep. Stan Lee was a New Yorker.
I knew that.
Well, yeah, that's what his Excelsior came from. Is
Oh, okay. Wow, you learn something new every day.
if you're lucky.
Well,
Maybe that's just my feeling on it, but I honestly feel if you learn something new, you're lucky.
oh yeah.
Because I like learning. I just wish I could retain everything I learned.
Right. That's where I stand.
It would be a whole different thing if I could.
Yeah.
Did I say last night that my intent was when I started modeling and finishing this, I was going to focus on one character at a time?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm focusing on this character particularly.
Why are you looking at me all crazy eyed, dog? Why are you looking at me all crazy eyed?
Just gonna take a little bit of that mixing thinning medium. And blend it in here.
All right.
Suppose I can also put a little bit more of that medium out there. See, so long as some of it's in the paint, it's blending in to what's below.
Right.
And because opens dry slower, see how it allows it to blend a lot easier?
Yes.
Now the trick is wanting to blend it at this point, and that's not what I wanted to do, but
Right.
I guess that's what it wanted to have done.
Right. Hey man, let me go check something real quick. I'll be right back, dude. Because I'm hearing a weird noise.
Can you describe the weird noise?
That's the best I can do.
Thinning agent. I'm going to put a little bit to the side so that I can blend. And activate this dark brown that's almost gone.
Oh no, man, that's crazy. It might be coming from that side. Who knows? I'm not gonna drive myself crazy about it.
It's coming from the bedroom.
No.
I've seen this movie before.
Yeah.
I think there's a marathon of the sequels.
Whoa! Oh.
So I put a little bit of thinning medium
All right.
on my plate because
You
I
got a
wanted
lot
to
on
add a little bit of the darker color in.
Right on.
It's really weird because, like I said, I'm using two references. And one of them is a light color all the way through it, really. I mean, not just lighter,
Right on.
but I want to show the progression getting lighter as it goes up. Except for where it flares around, and I'm going to have it flare around here. But I guess I'm doing that in this stage. That wasn't the intent, but guess that's what's going to happen.
Hey, do your thing, man. Banner, bing, banner. You still got a half hour to kill. Okay.
Half hour?
Well, it's.
Said we were starting early, not ending early.
Oh. Damn, something came up.
It's not that kind of show.
That didn't come up. Yeah, that chick dancing.
That's not my fault.
That chick dancing in the firelight. That silhouette's kicking.
Well, thanks.
I
I don't know what that noise was supposed to be. What was that noise supposed to be?
Which one? The laugh?
That one that you just spit out. I'm not sure where that's supposed to be.
That was a half-hearted laugh.
Cadmium yellow, dark.
Oh.
I have to, because I got no choice. I'm at that point where
He's a man possessed. He is the paint wizard.
not. You know, the thing is, it's just like any other medium. It's not about mastering the medium. It's about mastering yourself. I am far from that.
Yeah. Wah, wah, wah.
Okay, now the next mixture. Is nothing like what it's supposed to be. Got a little bit more brown in there than I intended.
Mm-hmm. Bit.
Everybody left.
Wow. Why?
So I'm not very good entertainment.
Yeah. You want me to like juggle over here?
It might help.
I'm juggling invisible balls.
Whoa.
Takes concentration.
Language, man. Language.
I get the magic tricks.
Apparently, you can make balls disappear. I've done that magic trick before.
Yeah. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. Where'd you go?
I know there's a limit to how funny that is, but it's pretty funny.
Yeah. Man, I'm still bummed about my chair, man.
What about your chair?
It never came.
Yeah? Did you pay for it?
Yeah, but I got the money back, thank God. But still, man, I was like, damn. I was looking forward to that chair because it looked comfortable as hell. But I can make do with the chair I got here. Yeah. And it beats sitting on the floor or laying in bed with a tablet. That really sucks.
Laying in the bed with a tablet?
Yes. The tablet that didn't want to work half the time. I've come a long way. I'm actually sitting at her desk. I have a camera, a laptop, microphone. Upgrade. Yeah. Still not a sponsor yet. Yeah.
Apparently, they won't let me have sponsors.
What? What kind of crap is that?
They won't verify my ID, so I can't put links in.
Wow.
That's basic. Well, it's not really a sponsorship, but it's a partnership where I make a little bit off of everybody that clicks my link.
Right on.
It's not much, don't get me wrong, like $1 off every purchase or something like that. But
Well, $1's a dollar.
right? It'll help pay for the channel.
Mm-hmm.
At least that was my thinking anyway.
Right on. True, true. It'd be nice to be able to test some product. That'd be cool. That
Well,
would
what I really love to have happen is Golden Sea that I'm using all of their stuff and linking all of their stuff on Amazon and maybe get a sponsorship from them because that would be very useful considering I use Golden quite a bit.
right. Hmm. Yes, yes. You are correct, sir.
I want to, like, it's pretty much all I really use for acrylics is Golden Open, and they're pretty expensive. So, if, they wanted to support me and give me paint to use so that I could show off their paints,
Right.
I would gladly take it and do exactly what they want me to do with it.
Hey, can you slide your painting back a little bit so we can
Nope.
see what you're doing? All right.
Nope, I can't.
All right. There you go. Hey. There you go. Very cool. Look at that luscious.
What I'm doing is trying to make it not look like crap.
Trying to make it not look like what?
Crap.
Oh. That's always good. You don't want it to look like crap.
That's what I don't want it to look like.
Well, you're doing a good job.
See, I go through these stages with a painting where things that I really like are really ugly to me for a short period of time before they get where they're going.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it happens while I'm painting. I'm like, it doesn't look like what I want it to look like. I'm not happy with where it's going, and I'm the most self-critical, or the most critical of myself, self-critical.
Right. I don't know that feeling.
Well, I think that's a good thing because it pushes me to get better.
Right.
It's also, it's one of those things that sometimes makes me stop and go, really? What am I doing? And like this, you can't really see this the way I see it.
All right.
I look at the strain, and it looks quite a bit different than what it looks like here.
Okay.
And this, because I've got so much of the medium mixed into it, is very oily. So I can push it around a little bit.
Right.
But that's not always desirable, especially when I'm going to have to brighten part of it. Now the yellow, which I'm using right now, this is still a golden because I mixed the red and the yellow with a tiny bit of brown, and then I mix a little bit more yellow into that mixture.
Right.
Doing that again because as I'm painting, my brush is coming over the blended colors, these oranges and browns that are blended. And I don't, it's hard to explain. Like, so if you're a color separator, you wouldn't want to hit any of the other colors. You'd want that color to stand out.
All right.
And I kind of do want it to stand out, but not yet. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because this is so thin, I have to build it up, so I have to make a coat.
I follow you.
And I'm getting down here that the medium, the thinning medium, it's a thinning medium, but it's a thinning medium so that you can blend and mix. Well, it's keeping that coat from becoming one thick coat, which, did you see what happened when I just did that? It thinned out because it mixed with this other color, and then when I went over that very lightly with fresh paint on the brush, it stood out a little more. If you look close at this, it looks much like a pastel. You can see all the brush strokes in it. Once I get all of them laid out, then I can blend a little bit. And try to get the separate brush strokes out. But I have to get a coat to go back over it with. Now I'm mixing in some red, because this is actually supposed to be a glow on the leg that's forward.
All right.
So strange mixing two different references too, because I've got to make decisions on the fly, like, should this be darker? It is in this reference, but it isn't in that reference. But it should be, as it gets further away from the firelight, it should be a little bit darker. So.
Right on.
And you can't see that. See how it looks like it's glowing a little bit?
Yeah.
I'll do that. Turn this light off for a second.
Yeah, it looks totally different that way.
Yeah, right?
Oh, yeah. That brings it more into perspective when you shut the light off.
Yeah, the light it gives you a glare, but for me it allows me to be able to see what I'm doing.
Right on. Yeah, man, I can dig it.
Yeah, I wanted to have this kind of a red glaze over everything. Like I wanted to do that on the hot sides of him. Everything that's getting really hit by the firelight. And he's pretty much going to be mostly just red and brown. But I think I'm going to have to either come up with a lighter red, or I'm going to have to thin this red and go over it in layers. And then go back and forth with the browns. It's interesting how they're mixing. So, And the color that I'm creating, no one would ever want on anything in real life. The only way it works is to be blended in with all the stuff that it's blending in with.
I've seen that color on a hot dog, man.
Yeah, you'd think so, but like I said, that's not the same color you're thinking of.
Oh.
These may not be the droids you're looking for.
Oh, I see what you did there. Oh.
Guess I'm really deciding what should be darker and what shouldn't, because this should have the flare. This side should have the flare. That was the plan all along, but there is still shadowed stuff, so.
Right.
But shadow doesn't have to be black or dark brown or whatever. It can be any color that you're using. Like you can have gradations of red where red is in shadow. Gotta be careful. I got some mixing medium. I go crazy with this stuff because I like to layer it like that. It's really important for me to keep that form, the girl's form.
Right on.
Like I want to lose the edges where the flare is going to be a little bit.
Yeah.
But I definitely want you to look at those hips and go, yeah.
Right.
That's a woman's hips.
Definitely a she.
She's all woman. There's no confusion in the pronouns.
Right on. Right on. Mm.
And I can also dip my brush in mixing medium alone and then come back through here and mix it.
All right.
Hmm. I've got some just pure red on the tops of the arms. I want to darken that a little bit. As I'm blending it a little bit. So, this is, I guess, a shortcut to show you some of the things that I've been meaning to show people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that your base coat's not your final coat.
Okay.
Your base coat is just something to build off of.
Right. Yeah.
So almost all the brown that I put in her, the only thing that's left that's that color brown is the legs, bottom of her butt and her legs. And that's probably what I wanted to stay as. But, ooh, that's too much. I'm gonna take some blending medium. To make the rough edges not so rough. There's places where it's okay. I want it to be rough. And then there's
Right.
other places that I don't want it to be rough. And this is a layer. So I'm going to come back into all of this.
All right.
And put a flare and see, because that medium's there, what I'm doing is taking that straight brown and swiping it across the paint that I just put medium on and blended. Let's see if you can see what it's doing. Come on.
Yeah, I got you. Oh,
See,
yeah.
now there's a transition here.
It kind of makes it come alive a little more. Oh, yeah. It looks good, man. Bang, 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 bang.
So the real key to that part is making sure there's enough on your brush that you're adding to instead of clinging and taking away.
Right. Okay.
And that happens with acrylics when it's semi-dry. It's
Uh-huh.
one of the reasons that people don't like to work with some acrylics is because they have to stop at a certain point because what they're doing is lifting the paint. They have to let it dry more and then either go back through it with another blending pass or find a more creative way out of it. And that's another thing. The finger smudge that you see I'm doing all the time.
Yeah.
Can't do that as much when you've got the blending agent in because it lifts it.
Right. Right.
The only real clear shape we want on her is the silhouette.
Right.
You know what's what in the silhouette. Now, somebody else may feel different. So this is actually the modeling stage for her,
Yeah.
not just the blocking,
Okay.
because I blocked it out, but then when I tried to block in the other edging colors, they started to blend and I started to go over colors that I didn't want to obliterate.
Mm-hmm.
So this is off schedule. Shit. Every time I say I'm going to do something, I go a little bit off of what I try to do. This is where my flare is going to be. Ah, that's a little bit. Yeah, never mind. This is the final finished thing, and I keep kind of screwing myself. And when I think about, oh, I touched something I didn't want to touch, or
Right.
I was just saying earlier, this is not the final product. Sometimes I got to remind myself that too.
Mm.
This isn't even the brush that I'm going to be using for the details, but I'm kind of using it for some details because I want to mark out where my flare is going to be.
Right.
So what I'm doing is kind of reminding myself this is where I'm going to flare.
Makes sense. Mm-hmm.
Whoa, that was unexpected. See, what I've got is 3 flare points.
Right.
Really big one. Let's see how this looks on camera. She looks almost like heat vision or something at the moment.
Looks good though.
Not bad for what it is.
Right.
That's the whole key is what it actually is. I'm kind of leaving her hair alone. I probably should touch it a little bit here and there, but I'm going to use a liner brush for that because I want to do the fine hairs.
Yeah.
I want to do some thick session, and then I want to be able to do some fine hairs here and there because her hair is so windblown.
Right. Man.
And it can almost disappear. It doesn't even have to be that long. Like, I've got one reference where the girl's a long-haired girl, and another reference where it isn't. So,
I kind of like it long
yeah, me too. I'm an old man, also.
though.
Okay. So much for me utilizing time while the first coat dried. Okay. I think it's back to the chip brush, and I'm going to do the wings.
Yeah.
I really want to get that coverage. I wanted to get most of it done. I don't think I'm going to get as much done as I wanted to. Entertain our one viewer for a minute so that I can go and get a drink.
All right.
Right back.
Yeah, sure. Hi. I'm your entertainment for this intermission. Are you entertained? Are you? Are you entertained? I am. I entertain myself. Wee! Oh, coming out pretty good. What do you think? What do you think? Right there. That's pretty cool. She's starting to shape up pretty well. Hmm. This has been your Small Center Student Intermission. Yay. Look, I can do shadow puppets on the wall. Do like Pac-Man coming across the screen, eating my head. You can even come up. Woo-hoo, woo. Pretty amazing. Yes, I can even do this. How does he do it? Oh, and the rings are unlinked. Amazing.
What?
Huh? I'm just being entertaining.
I gotta leave for people to be talking. I should name it the Joe channel.
I'm just doing my magic tricks. I'm linking my rings and amazing everybody.
It's Joe channel.
No. I'm just a visitor.
Not like Nacho channel. It's the Joe channel.
La 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 la.
It's all yours.
Well, you told me to be entertaining while you were.
No, that's exactly what I want. I'm just being silly.
Yay!
Just being silly. Let's see if I can paint this without getting into the other paint. I'll pretend it's oil.
Back to you, Rich.
No, I'm just here.
I'm your Ed McMahon to your Johnny Carson, man.
Yeah, that's probably accurate. I wasn't really fond of Johnny Carson.
You are correct. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, my imitation sucks.
Oh, you just have forgotten him. It's been so long.
Yeah.
Remember Publishers Clearinghouse. They'll get it.
Oh, yeah. Or, what was that?
You can't win if you don't play.
Right. What was the show he had? Kind of like America's Got Talent kind of deal. She has received 5 stars. What the hell was that show?
It might have been America's Got Talent.
I know what it was, but I'm not quite sure the name, man. Oh, man. Well, thanks. I'm glad I'm cracking you up. Woo! Yeah. Oh, man. Now I gotta go get a drink. Hey, Rich, entertain.
I am doing my best already.
All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna leave the camera on. Just because.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm back. Did you miss me?
I need a hair dryer.
Hair dryer.
Yes, a hair dryer.
Why?
To dry the paint.
Oh, okay. Well, wouldn't it be a paint dryer? Look,
Yeah,
man.
they don't make them as paint dryers. They make them as hair dryers. They just use
Oh,
them for other stuff.
all right. Look, man. Me and River Hills are from the same town.
What?
River Hills water.
Oh,
That's where I'm at. Woo! Bam, bam, bam,
you're
bam.
representing.
Word. 33541, yo.
We've got water too. It's called Poland Springs. That's so weird that we live so far apart, and both of the places that we live or live near are famous for water.
Right? It's absurd. Crazy, even. Oh, man. I should have grabbed the cow head for the intermission.
Oh, I thought you were grabbing the cow head.
I'll do it next time. Next time, I promise, guys.
Now everyone's curious. What does he mean grabbing the cow head?
You will have to tune in. But here's a sneak preview.
Grabbing the cow head has entertainment value in its own.
Right? Amen. All right. Yeehaw. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Yeah.
What? That's weird. I like this color on the blue. It looks really kind of bloody.
Yeah,
It
man.
looks way different. I gotta turn off the light to show you, but
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. No. Very cool. Hey, man, is it just me, or does this actually kind of remind you of Adam West? Every time I look at him, I'm like, that's Adam West, man. That's
reminds me of South Park version.
yeah. But I mean, still, Adam West esque. I guess. I don't know, man. Don't know. You sit right there. Yes.
It's interesting. Adam West playing Batman divided a lot of people.
Man.
It was a very campy version of Batman.
It was supposed to be, though.
Yeah, but it almost ruined comic sales. It did. That's historic. That's not something I'm just making up. And,
Oh, right.
and I watched the show. Don't get me wrong, because I was young and I was into
Oh,
it.
yeah, man.
Would I
Now
do
we
that
go back
nowadays?
on
I probably would choose something more believable.
it. I like to look back on it, dude. Nostalgia.
You know, I watched the Adam West Batman movie not too long ago, and I could not sit through it.
The
I
one
guess
where
I
you
couldn't
got the shark
couldn't
repellent.
bat shark repellent.
Yes, yes. Hell yeah. Dude.
Robin, get the bat shark repellent.
And you get the rubber shark hanging. That
Right off his leg.
was funny as hell. I'm sorry. You just can't write shit like that. It's just one of them things that happened. It was supposed to look cool, but failed.
I also find that people have mixed feelings about Danny DeVito playing Penguin. And I thought that was a great role.
Yeah, man. Did you watch The Batman? The last
Yes,
one?
I did. Yes, I did. Actually, I own it and I watched it a few times. Despite its flaws, I like it.
Yeah, I like what they did with Penguin. I really like what they did with Riddler. You know,
Eh,
you don't like the whole
eh.
Zodiac killer thing.
It's not that. I mean, so Batman couldn't figure out the Riddler's riddle in time to stop the major shit because Batman wasn't poor enough to know what a carpet kicker is.
Mm.
It took
I agree with you, Dan.
the whole entire both Chicago and New York police departments,
Right.
and only one guy working after hours figured out what it was. Like nobody in that whole section knew.
I thought it was a good movie, and I'm glad you agree with me, Dan.
Well, like I said, I liked it despite its flaws, but there are a lot of flaws.
Well, I mean, there's truly no.
I did like Colin Farrell playing the Penguin.
Yeah,
He looked like De Niro.
yeah. I like the way he did it. I mean, that would be, that's not campy. That's not cartoony.
No, and that's not what I was saying. That's just the Adam West version that was campy.
Oh yeah. No.
No, Batman. There's just a lot of flaws. There's just a lot of flaws, and Batman, for being who he was, and for him to turn on Alfred without any real evidence, just a quick video that could have been made up. Yeah, and then he didn't really even apologize for it.
Well,
Just like, yeah, okay, whatever. I screwed up, whatever.
Well, realistically, dude.
And I liked Andy Serkis playing Alfred, but I don't feel he could replace Michael Caine.
Right.
I think Michael Caine did just the best Alfred.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think Christian Bale necessarily did the best Batman.
He did a good Batman, though.
He did an alright Batman. Like, I don't know if any of the guys that played Batman were really the best Batman. Like, it's the best of the worst. It's kind of like The Punisher. Like, John Bernthal, I really loved doing The Punisher. I think he fucking nailed it, but they didn't let him do all he can do, and now they're taking away the ability for him to do all he can do.
All right.
So that kind of sucks. But that said, Christian Bale did an alright job. Yeah. Like, I wasn't like, oh, Christian Bale, he sucks. You know what I mean?
Right.
Robert Pattinson, yeah. I hear argument that he was great and blah, 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 and watch his performance and tell me when he's Batman, who couldn't have done that and pulled it off the same?
Yeah,
He had no Batman persona. And he kind of had a generation, whatever the hell it is, persona for Bruce Wayne. And I don't know if I really was digging that.
Well, see,
Someone pointed out that Zoe Kravitz didn't even need to be in it. That's a side plot and all this other stuff, and that is true. I liked her as Catwoman though. That I'll
yeah,
give that. I haven't actually seen a really bad Catwoman except for the campy Catwomen, but they were supposed to be campy, so they're
right,
doing
right.
their job.
Yeah.
And some of them, they really played it off very feline, you know.
Mhm.
So let's see if I can put this.
Right on, Dan. But I think the second Joker movie is gonna be a little more intense. That was just like breaking the ice. That first Joker movie.
Yeah, didn't even bother watching it.
I thought it was all right. I mean, you got to see him as he was breaking down, becoming. I understand what they were doing with it. I
They were
just
trying to give you sympathy for the devil.
pretty much. I just hope the second one that's coming. I mean, because I've seen trailers and stuff. They're gonna bring in the three Jokers and everything, but I don't know if that's gonna be all played out psychologically in his head or what. But the clips that I've seen, it's been all right, and it shows you more the downward spiral, excuse me, into becoming who the Joker is. You know, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I thought it was all right. I mean, I'm glad
You'll,
I
you'll
didn't.
have to let me know what you think about it because I probably won't watch it.
All right.
Well, I didn't watch the first one, so
Right. Yeah.
I'm really not interested in seeing. I, like I was saying last time we were talking about anime,
Mhm.
and the tendency for new comics to make bad guys good guys. The protagonist of a movie, if he's a bad guy, then the bad guy's a good guy, and I don't like that intentional confusion.
Mm. Well, see, with the Joker, everybody knows the Joker's a bad guy. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I agree with Dan. It's like, I'll give it a chance. Hopefully, it's better than the first one.
Hey, that's fine.
Yeah. I'll give it a
You
chance.
you can enjoy any movie you want. I'm not saying that
Oh,
whatever. I
I
just
know you, Rich.
this is how I feel about some things, and I sometimes don't watch stuff or read stuff or
Right on.
whatever because of that. And I'm very, like I said, very strong believer in
Yeah,
some things I just feel are wrong, and I don't want to support what I feel is wrong.
right on.
Um, I it's in as I get older, I
Right.
really don't even want to watch like Amanda's like fascinated with serial killers. Like what woman isn't? But
Nah, I
um,
have, I
I don't
guilty of
really
that.
care for it. Don't really care for it. Like they don't deserve our like once we know why they did it. They don't deserve our breaking them down and making them famous and making them get playing cards. And I don't
Oh,
give a shit
I
who
agree with
fucking
you
Jeff.
100%.
I
I
don't
do.
give a shit who Jeff Dahmer were friends with or whatever. I know that he did some fucking really nasty shit. Was a piece
Yeah.
of shit. Same thing with John Wayne Gacy. I don't need to know all their details. There are plenty of people that were good guys that we don't know their story.
Well, see,
Those are the stories I want to see.
anything involving the psyche and, you know, stuff like that, just like unfolding a person and seeing how everything works and stuff like that. I'm into that, but it's not because I'm into the person. It's just I'm into understanding, what causes what, and
Which leads, but that leads to excusing bad behavior for the bad treatment that
oh
they were
no,
given.
no,
No,
not
no,
with
I'm not saying you do, But
Right.
that leads to that mentality. That's why we have those kinds of defenses that we
Right.
didn't have. You were guilty, but now
Right on, Dan.
I'm only guilty because my mom beat me, or my daddy larded up my butthole, and
Right.
it's wrong. What was done to them was wrong. I
Yeah.
don't need to delve into that.
And I understand if you don't like it when it was being done to you, why the hell are you doing it to other people?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, I understand that aspect.
Now, see,
I do.
like I watched Mindhunter, and I watched Criminal Minds for a long time.
Right on.
They're not really delving so much. Well, I guess a little bit on Mindhunter, but they're not delving so much into the bad guy as the people who are trying to stop other people from doing bad things.
Right.
And it's
Understand the sign so they can nip it.
It's tricky though, because until somebody commits a crime, they're not a criminal.
Right on.
They can think crime all they want, but they're not a criminal.
Right.
That's one of the problems that we have going around today, is that if you don't think what everybody else wants you to think, you know what I mean? You're shunned, or you're a Nazi, or whatever. They use those words and they throw those words around for people that don't agree with them or have a different view. But like saying that I don't care about kids getting shot because I own guns or I support guns. That's a bullshit argument.
Right.
Like if you put an armed guard in the school, not a cop that's not even trained to shoot, but someone that was a veteran in the military that can't find a job,
Right.
would love to protect our kids. You put them in the school and arm them, arm teachers that want to be armed, train them. I know of plenty of
I agree, Dan.
instructors that would teach them to shoot, conceal carry, do all the things that you do properly and for safety's sake. And I'm not talking about forcing anybody into doing this. I'm talking about the people that want to. If you let those people run in a school, there wouldn't be no school shootings. And
Right.
if there were, they would be severely less numbers getting shot. Because when you walk into a school that's a gun-free zone, and
Yes. Dan,
everybody knows you can't carry a gun in there, then
agree.
if you want to walk in and shoot people, you know damn well that nobody's going to respond, so you can shoot all the freaking people you want to shoot. So what about that? So you don't say, okay, so because you got a gun, there's going to be school shootings. You take away that gun, there's going to still be killings. They've been proving it all over the place. The same day as Sandy Hook, there was a stabbing in China. I think it was China. I can look it up for you if I want later on. But it was at a preschool. This psycho came into a preschool with a knife and stabbed like 20, 25 people. Most of them kids. Didn't have a gun.
Nope.
The biggest death toll from a school killing massacre was in, I want to say, 1912. It was the Bath School District in Michigan. Do you know how many shots were fired?
Nope.
4. 2 before he got to the school. He shot his wife and kid.
All right.
1, wife and 2 kids or something like that. And then he blew up the school with dynamite. This was over not getting elected to be school commissioner.
Oh, shit.
But he blew up the school with dynamite and then drove into the cops that were surrounding the school with the truck loaded with dynamite, and the final shot blew up that dynamite.
That gives been a sore sport, but totally.
Yeah, right?
I mean, I know so sports and shit like that.
That's
Like, fine, hit target.
like record-breaking source sport.
Right.
Gold medalist of source sports.
Hey, man, I'm going to click out of here real quick. Give my daughter a call. I'll be sitting right here. I shall return.
Okay, well, I might be on the other wing.
I'm watching you. I'm watching you, Mike Wazowski.
That's not doing me any good. I have to wipe off everything I put on it. Shot of that wing. I was just saying to Amanda, Dan, that we should stop up. That I feel like we haven't visited enough. Sucks that you can't come down. And we never stay for very long. It doesn't seem like, but feel like you can use company. I know definitely I can use company sometimes.
Oops, not that one. I always feel like somebody liking me. Love the way my voice cracks. That's wonderful. Must drink more water. Hi, Rich.
Hi.
How are you?
Red.
Red. That's a nice wing you got right there.
Nice wing?
Nice wing. He earned his red wings.
I earned his red wing.
Like hell,
Every way you can look at that, it was me.
Right.
He didn't do shit.
But he's sporting them proudly. Well, at least one right now.
I think I'm gonna.
Dan said been a lot of talk about them getting a van so he can get out more. So maybe he'll see.
That would be cool.
Right on. Hell yeah. Excuse me.
Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot in Brunswick anymore, but.
And where?
Brunswick?
Oh, all right.
It's the town next to me, but there's nothing in the town that I'm in.
Ah, okay. I hear they got really
except
good
for slow
stew.
traffic patterns and. What's that?
I said I hear they got really good stew. Brunswick stew. Never mind. It was way stew.
On me, yeah.
I'm sorry. I failed. Bad joke. Bang, bang.
That brown is not dry. There's wet spots all over in it, so I'm like,
Right.
what do I do?
I
think maybe I put some paper towel over it and hope it doesn't pick it up.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
No, but I have to get this red done, so I'm not going to move it around. I'm just going to block it so that when I put my hand on.
All right. I got my fingers crossed for you, man. Oops.
Oh, shit. I gotta learn better than to do that. Every time I have an idea like that and say it's a good idea. Oh, I guess that's not too bad. I was worried because it was sliding on me.
Right on. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah. Indeed.
Gotta wipe the red off my fingers so I can put more on.
Oh, hell. He's been shipped. Good job. You got my alien coming. Yeah, yeah. This thing's detailed as fuck, man.
Huh?
This alien I got coming. It's one of alien from aliens,
Yeah.
but
The
this thing,
xenomorph.
it's incredible, dude. I mean, they did a damn good job on it. I mean, I paid enough for it, so it better be in good shape. It's even got the retracting teeth and shit. Yeah, man. I'm very impressed with it.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, man. Here, I'll show you a picture if you want to look up for a second.
Most people show pictures of their kids.
Well, yeah.
Joe shows pictures of xenomorphs and cows' heads.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna enlarge you for a minute.
All right. You're getting a glare off my phone. So,
Oh yeah, it's not very well in focus anyway.
nah, but trust me when I say, hell yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that.
Validation.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. I love my toys. I always have, man. If it looks cool, I want it.
Yeah, I was like that for a time. And then I realized about the time I woke up from the coma.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
I
joking.
know you're being serious.
That's when I realized that things aren't as important. Like all the things that I care about right now, besides, family.
Thank you, Dan. You're all right. Right, I'm listening.
Are stuff that I'm trying to use to accomplish something else.
Oh yeah. Well,
I used to have like somewhere near I think 3,000 books.
you know how many times I've started over from like nothing.
You see, I told you.
Ah.
I moved the damn paper towel.
It's
what happened?
You're right, dude.
Huh?
Dan said I'm the authority. He validated me. Yay. Nah, man. I know stuff is just stuff, but
Yeah,
I've lost so many things.
Yeah, I hear that.
My comic collections, my sword collections, all my blades, all my toys. I always start over from scratch. So it makes me happy for a time, And then when I don't have it,
I've got a very, very small comic collection. So one full box and a half box.
That's cool. I have 2 comic books. One's Edgar Allan Poe.
That half box actually I got from Steve.
Oh shit!
He was pawning shit and he wanted something, and I think I was working at Jimmy's shop, and he's all like, "You want to buy this box of comics?" And I looked through them, and of course they weren't mint condition. It was the ones that he had read and everything, because it's Steve, right?
Yeah.
But I had some, I bought Booth, and Amanda loves Booth, so.
All right.
I got the first 4 issues of Booth, and some odd ones like Exo-Man of War. And...
Right. Yeah. That's a Valiant comic, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. Kerry Nord was just drawing them not that long ago.
All right.
I'm trying to remember. Somebody else I know just was showing pictures that he did of his version, so he's going to be taking over.
Very cool. See, I like the indie comics a lot better than I like the big names. I mean, don't
And
get
the
me
big
wrong.
names suck nowadays, and
I
it's
know.
all
Yeah.
crowdfunded comics that I'm getting.
All right. Very
I
good.
because everything that Marvel and DC are throwing out
Uh huh.
is just ruining characters that they already have for the sake of political correctness.
Right. Right.
Now, now that said, I want to make it clear that it's not them creating a gay character that bothers me.
Right.
It's them turning a character that I know and have known for 30 years to
Exactly.
be straight into gay just to get that popular whatever. Or creating a character just so that they'd be gay. How about the character that does something? Like
Wow.
fights crime. Like just because he does what he does with his boyfriend
Right.
that should have no effect on the story.
No, it should.
And that's the problem. Is like when you start making that the major draw.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to read about Junior Batman because he's gay. Like
And agree.
I don't want to read gay fiction. Like no big deal. But
You know.
I don't want to read it. Like Midnighter is a gay character. He's his boyfriend's Apollo. Both of them are superheroes.
Right.
So now what I'm getting at with that is that both of them fight crime. That's what their comic books are about, fighting crime.
Yeah.
They just happen to be gay.
Right.
And that's I'm a lot more okay with that than I am with just making somebody gay and then ruining the whole comic with that. Or taking some established characters and ruining them.
Yeah. Well, see what it is. They're trying to please everybody.
Nope, they're trying to
that.
please a small crowd. What they're saying is, oh, by doing this we're gonna get the gay crowd, or by doing this we're gonna get the women's crowd. The thing is that that's not the crowd that buys comics.
No. And then when you don't like it, they point their fingers at you saying, "Oh, you're hating," or "You're a hater. You don't like this."
I know of gay people that don't like that.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying is like it's not about the story anymore. It's about what box they can check,
Right on.
They should be better than that. So what's the X-Men about?
Anymore?
Nope.
I don't know.
Nope. What's it about?
It's about the Mutant Academy. People that mutants that fight against evil.
Okay, so pretend it's not the word mutant. Pretend that it's the word
Negro.
minorities.
Right.
Minorities fighting to protect those that don't like minorities.
Right.
So, if you think about it, X-Men has always been about people that have been abused or disabused.
Right.
And they are disabused by the public, but yet they still choose to defend the public because that is the way to integrate. That is the way to make the public understand that they're not anything to be afraid of because they're different.
Right, right.
That was the message of the X-Men. That's not the message anymore.
Mm.
Now they're trying to turn the X-Men into just that. Like, if you think about it, that was the two groups, the X-Men and Magneto's group.
Right, right.
The Mutant Liberation Front. The Mutant Liberation Front was, we're going to force you. We're going to drive fear into your hearts. You will know that we won't be denied and all this, right?
Right.
That's what their mission was.
Right.
So what Marvel has become is the Mutant Liberation Front. But substitute the word mutant for underrepresented.
All right.
We're going to force it in your face. Now, if they would have been classy, like they've been all along, they could have just put it in there instead of putting it in our face and making it all about that.
Right.
And they could have said, this character is this and this character is that. Or they could have just shown it. They could have, shown after Banshee goes home from getting his ass kicked or something, there's a guy there waiting to rub his shoulders, you know what I mean? You don't have to show any more than that to know that he's in a relationship with somebody else of the same sex or whatever.
Right.
Like, they're all through the X-Men, all through fucking comics, they've been multiracial relationships.
Right on.
It's just, it's just stupid and ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't think anybody, hetero or homosexual or whatever the case may be, I don't think anybody has the right to shove their sexual belief in your face.
No, and that's my problem with most of it, and that's what they want to do. That's the whole fight nowadays. They call you a hater if you don't want it shoved in your face, if you're not accepting it. That's just like, have you seen the white people that are putting on like yokes and shit, and then giving chains and whatever to black people and then begging for their forgiveness and all this? No. I didn't do any of that shit. No. Not one thing. I am not prejudiced. How could I be prejudiced? How could I be prejudiced?
Right.
My favorite uncle was black. My best friend growing up was you. And, you're not black, but you're black enough for people to fucking... I'm
almost there.
You're black enough for people to start shit with us in school over it, right?
Right.
So, like, I take offense to saying that all white people should apologize or they are racist or microaggressive racist and all that. Bullshit.
Right. No.
Eugene didn't date your sister because he thought that he could have a slave. That's just fucking stupid. Mm-hmm. Like, I know a writer, Brad Jorgensen, that's married to a black woman.
All right.
And they're claiming that that's a microaggression so that he could have his own slave. And he's like, have you ever tried to tell a black woman what to do?
You're right, man. You're right. Shit.
Well, yeah, he's right. He's been married to her. He has a kid with her. I guess she's not as little of a girl. He's in the military. His wife is black Democrat.
All right.
He is a small white guy Republican military. They have no problems with their politics in the house.
Right.
No problems between them with politics. They have what's called discord. If they don't agree, they can talk about they can talk. Well, no, they can talk about their ideas. Like, I may not agree. I'm definitely not a Democrat, but there are some ideas that the Democrats have that I agree with.
Right.
I think a lot of their hearts are in the right places, or they think it's in the right place. You know what I mean? And that means something. I mean, it should mean something too. But for people to assume that a white guy is going to go out with a black woman to microaggressive turn her into a slave, they're fucking stupid.
not gonna happen.
Brad was absolutely dead on, laughing at it and saying, "You've never tried to tell a black woman anything, have you?"
Hell no.
Like,
Shit. I'm scared of black women.
right?
I like looking at them, but yeah, they intimidating. I ain't gonna lie. Shit. But hey,
It's not really. It's so weird. Like,
it's not the black woman itself that I'm getting nervous around. It's the angry black woman.
right.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's just funny that they'll do that shit, and so they originally just called him a prejudiced and Nazi and all this other shit, and he's like, prejudiced? I'm married to a black woman. Then it was like, oh, you're microaggressive. Like, no.
Wow.
If you ever talk to Brad Torgerson, you know he wasn't microaggressive. Look up a picture of that guy.
People are stupid.
They are. That's Wizard's first rule.
Yeah.
The book Wizard's first rule, the first rule of the Wizard is people are stupid.
Yeah.
So I often say that when I'm frustrated around people being stupid, I'll look at Amanda, or I used to do that with Dan and a few other, like, just look at him like that's Wizard's first rule. Yeah, people are stupid. The Wizard's second rule.
Little on me, intimidate you? Nah, man. I'm a teddy bear.
Wizard's second rule is people want to be fooled.
That's just to cover up my bald head. Wow. This is great, man. I'd like to meet Dan, man. I want to meet you, dude. You seem pretty cool.
I think so.
Yeah. You got a good sense of humor, man. Bang. Nah, it's funny, dude. I was at a stoplight the other day, and this car pulled up next to me, dude. Looked over and locked all his doors.
Yeah.
I've
had that happen going down the road.
It's like, y'all still do that shit.
That tells you, and they probably got that sticker, a Biden sticker on there or whatever, and they're the ones that are all talking about giving blacks their rights and apologizing to blacks. They're the ones that are looking at you and locking their doors.
Yeah, what the hell?
Because they're the prejudiced ones.
Like, 12 years ago, when I'd walk across the street at a fucking stoplight or stop sign, they would do that. I figured they'd be beyond that by now. But, oh well. Yeah, stupid people. You're right. Nah. I just look at the car, shake my head, and laugh. Yeah.
Well, like I said, I've had that happen going down the road, like 50 miles an hour. They looked over at me and locked their doors. I'm like, what do you think I'm going to do? You gonna think I'm gonna jump out on the highway, open my door, jump across to your car, and
you're like, "Give me your car!"
Like, wow, you've been watching too many, watching too many movies.
Well, I'm on my bike. I'm not jumping off of that motherfucker. I like it.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna fucking. I don't
30 miles an hour.
Right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about going down the highway. Like,
right. Yeah.
Like, you really?
Yeah. People are stupid, man.
They are. Yep. And as much as they claim that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, that's exactly what they do.
They always do. I mean, shit.
And usually it's the ones that are claiming don't judge a book by its cover.
Exactly. But hey, fuck it.
And that's why I said those people that lock their doors, they probably had a Biden sticker on their car. That's because that's the whole. He's choosing people to run his cabinet by, oh, this guy is a transvestite, and that guy used to be or is a woman, and I've got the first black woman vice president. That's all his choices have been
Man.
based on color or sexual persuasion or whatever. But in reality, you can see that he's the one that's prejudiced. He's the one that's filled with hate because he displays it. But nobody wants to see that because that defeats his message.
That's pretty fucked up, man.
Yep.
Damn.
And he's the same guy, actually, that was him and Clinton were both, when they were senators before they were presidents, talking about the importance of the wall and keeping out, immigrant workers, illegal aliens. Those were their words.
Right.
And now those are words that you can't use because of them, and that's ironic, but it's also just total bullshit. We keep waiting for the American public to wake up and go, what are we doing?
Right.
I don't even understand how anybody can think Biden is a legitimately good choice. Now, I'm not disputing his presidency because that can get me trouble.
Right on.
But I'm on the other end of it where why would you vote for a person like that? Like,
yeah, you're right, Dan. Because they hate Trump, and you said it. Yeah.
well, Trump has proven stupid too.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Not gonna lie, I've been.
DeSantis.
I don't even want to talk about that.
No,
shit.
DeSantis made it so that you can't force transsexual and sexual education on anybody that's under the age of 8. I do not see a fucking problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone that's between the ages of 5 and 8 shouldn't be talking about sex. They should be riding bikes and playing with action figures.
Oh, you're right.
And so DeSantis made that illegal to defend those kids. Whether you like DeSantis or not, that was the right choice. And for the right reason.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is fucking siding with Disney. You know why he's siding with Disney? Trying to call favor with Disney. If he calls favor with Disney, then he's got
the election in the bag.
Well, he's got some pulling power.
Right.
Because he don't have the same pulling power as he had before because he backed out of some of the stuff he said he was going to do.
Right.
Nobody. There's nobody right now worthy of being a president.
No, I think I'm going to run for president. Can I get your vote, Dan? I'm going to start my campaign on YouTube. Right. I agree with you. He was glad to hear about that, about keeping that shit away from kids.
Yeah. I don't know why.
And all of his, everything he says is fucked up. I just don't like the guy. A lot of his choices are pretty fucked up.
DeSantis?
Yeah.
I gotta say, I really haven't kept up a lot on DeSantis except for that whole Disney thing because that was defense of our kids and it could have cost him greatly, but it didn't. It actually spurred people in their favor. A lot of people are assuming that he's Trump is defending Disney just to go against DeSantos
Right.
because it's so weird. He didn't. I don't know. He didn't endorse DeSantos,
Mm.
and DeSantos is a Republican, and by all rights he should have. He's endorsed some people that were kind of shady.
Yeah.
So I mean, he should have by all rights if he was walking the party line. And DeSantos had a good enough reason for what he did.
Mm.
Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to get this. We're 4 hours into it.
I know, man.
So I think I'm going to let this set for a little bit.
Really sticking it to Disney, and Dan's loving it, man.
Yeah. Well, Disney's ruining everything too, but that's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's all political shit. They've ruined fucking Star Wars for political shit.
Yeah, they're
doing a sequel with
down.
Rey. They're doing a sequel with Rey. Who the fuck's gonna go watch it? Like, Rey is supposed to be Rey Palpatine now.
Right.
Like, if you watch the last one, it was Rey Palpatine.
Yeah. The Last Jedi.
It's just crap now. Crap.
Yeah.
They've ruined pretty much everything. They're the ones that are in control of X-Men. And Marvel's owned by Disney.
Exactly.
So all this political posturing that Marvel's doing, it's directly a result.
I know. Everything's swirling around a giant toilet with Mickey Mouse ears.
Well, thanks, Dan, for showing up and hanging out. Pretty much, like, I'm done. I want to show the wings, and then I'm probably going to end the broadcast. Usually Joe and I bullshit for a couple of minutes afterwards, so.
Yeah.
And that's probably the case. I can get these earphones out of my ear without worrying about an echo.
Yeah.
I did a lot more on the girl than I intended to, and a lot less on the blocking than I intended to, but the wings got a good block in.
Hell yeah.
Got some color to it now. It's got some hot.
Definitely coming together.
I'm going to have to figure out what I want to do for oranges, and
I can go out and pick you a couple, dude. Yeah.
I can't eat them.
Wow. Bummer.
They're high in sugar.
Right.
So if I eat them, they blast my blood sugar way, way up. I'm going to kill this light so people can see.
All right. Have a good night, Mark. Brad, if you're still around, you have a good night, man.
Brett
And
was
Dan,
earlier.
Dan, definitely. It's been great
Mark's
hanging
still
with
here.
you. Huh?
I don't know if Mark's still here. Dan said later Mark, but
Right on.
I haven't seen him say anything in a while. But yeah, 4 hours. Wow.
I know.
4 hours. We got a modeling done on her. We got the wings. The wings mostly done, all except for where the moon's crossing in, because I want to figure out what color is that.
Right on.
I guess I'm really skipping to modeling. I think basically the base layer has been done.
Right on.
And what I'm finding is that I can't do the same underpainting I would do over this Payne's Gray.
Right.
So that Payne's Gray is a nice background, and then I'm just building on it. There's going to be ripped holes in the wings and, all kinds of stuff that's going to be for later, but the modeling was going to get all the basic shapes and folds and, whatever in. Like, right. She's pretty well modeled. I'll turn this light off too because I'm not painting.
Groovy.
Yeah, she's pretty well modeled.
Mark just said good night. So yeah,
Oh,
about
I
2 minutes
see.
ago.
Oh, yeah, I see him now.
Yeah.
Well, good night, Mark.
You got it, man. And remember, Joe Schmo for president, man. Make America so again.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it done either. Now it's getting to the point where
Right.
it's 4 hours, and we started an hour early because we knew it was going to be a longer session, and I still didn't get all I wanted to get done. I'm really hopeful about it, but I think the blocking is just done. You can see the edges of the image. You can see the image.
Cool. Hey, Rich, will you do my campaign posters? Woohoo! Yes.
You haven't seen that one, right? Vote for Cthulhu.
Bow before me.
Why pick the lesser of evils?
Right? Why not?
All right, so I'm going to end the broadcast. Some fix his earphones.
All right, man.
Ouch. Thank you guys for showing up.
Thanks a lot.
Anyone that like it,
It's been fun tonight.
hit like and subscribe and all that good stuff if you haven't.
Yeah.
It's free
Ring
to
the
you.
bell.
It helps me.
Goes to bells. Go. Oh,
Okay, have a great night, everybody.
peace, guys. Yeah.